Good evening, guys. Welcome, Gear Griden. Welcome, Huga. And Pinay Vlog 14. Good to see you and welcome. Andrea Cute. Welcome, my friend. Well, welcome to another Saturday evening in another stream. Preparedness Veteran. Good to see you, brother. How are you doing? How is everyone doing today? And I hope your week has been good too. Another Saturday evening, another Saturday stream, and this will be fun. Adventures with the Sog. Welcome, my friend. Good to see you. Sandra Sandy Robinson, welcome. Good to see you. And good evening. Hendo 19742, welcome, my friend. Good to see you. Yeah, I know, Sandra. Marauders. Terrifying thought. Yeah, it is. Shift Kicker. Good to see you. How are you doing? I hope everything is okay with you. And we have the StreamYard link pinned in the top of the chat. If anybody are up for it, to join me on panel, you feel free to click the link and join me up here. Let's see. Just one is good. In chats where there's usually a Sandra, they call me Sandy. When there's usually a Sandy, they call me Sandra. Okay, good to know. I'm gonna try to remember that. Or I need to put that on a note. And I see your point, Sandra. White Family Farm, good to see you. How are you doing, Courtney? Nitha Nagadasu Magam Work and Jewelry Work. You're also very welcome, my friend. Good to see you. Okay, Nitha. How are you doing, Courtney? I hope everything is okay with you. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, I remember that, Nitha. But anyway, shall we get into the topic for today's stream? Okay, but first of all, we need to understand what a marauder is, the definition of it, and they will be a huge problem in an SHT situation. Okay, Nita. Um, yeah, that was the. So I'm gonna show you guys the definition of it. Hey, Jerry Real Slots. Good to see you. Rampadora, you're very welcome too. Uh, okay, first thing, we need to understand the definition of what a marauder is. A marauder is a person engaged in banditry or related activity. And they count that as piracy, looting, outlaw, partisan military, robbery, and theft. So that is every that is a lot of groups that are in that category. Marauder, piracy, that everybody knows what piracy is, and everybody knows what looting is, in robbery and theft. Partisan and military is basically a member of an irregular military force formed to oppose control of an area by a foreign power or by an army of occupation by some kind of insurgent activity. And outlaws, in its original and legal meaning, is a person declared as outside the protection of the law. In pre-modern societies, all legal protection was withdrawn from the criminal so that anyone was legally empowered to persecute or kill them. Um, yeah, that is basically what an outlaw is. Well, I don't trust it. It's just basically an example of it. Looting, robbery, etc. sounds like modern day politicians. Yeah, I agree with you about that, Handel. But anyway, I have been thinking out marauders and how you can categorize them. And I found you can put them in three different groups. The first group, the drug addicts. Those have drug problems. And the second group is nice and decent people, law abiding people. And the third group is those who has military experience, knows tactics and strategies, and heavily armed. So why do I put those in three different groups? First of all, those who are drug addicts, they they have problem to get their necessary drugs in an SHT situation. So what they do is still they go from house to house and hope for find some drugs for, um, and they will probably go to the pharmacies and other drugstores to find drugs as well. So not only regular homes. They will probably be a problem. Okay, Rampadora, no problem. So, hey LG, good to see you. And welcome to the stream, my friend. And those drug addicts will do whatever they can to find what they need. Courtney,
You see,
welcome. TC in Switzerland, you're very welcome.
hello. You can hear me and see? Well, you can see my icon, right?
Yeah, I can see your icon and I can hear you loud and clear.
When I do this at Laura's, all you can hear is my voice. You can't see my icon. It's really weird.
Okay.
I don't know.
I don't know. It's a glitch of some sort, probably.
Yeah. So how are you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing good.
That's good.
I've been looking forward to this stream. So
That's good.
that's nice. Yeah. And actually, this was from one of my subscriber who wanted this topic. So here we are.
Awesome. I can't stay for very long. I just thought I would come up and say hi. Sorry, Saturdays are really rough for me. I can't come up typically. So I appreciate you, and I love when you come to ours, and I appreciate you, and yeah. So thank you so much for hanging out with the Poop Troop. I appreciate it.
Yeah. I join when I can and when I have when the time is right.
All right. Well, I do have to go, but I just thought I would stop in and say hi, and people should join the stream because it's fun.
Yeah.
All right. I'll talk to you soon. All right.
I'll talk to you later.
Bye.
Bye. Teresita Ottman, evening from Switzerland. You're very welcome, my friend. Oh boy, this was fun. Okay, where were I? Drug addicts that do what they can. They can be a huge problem, especially when they get many of them and raid their drugstores, regular homes. And the other ones, the nice and law-abiding people in normal cases. When a decent law-abiding family begin to starve, they do what they can to basically get food, water, and J-Real Slots. It was one of my subscribers who suggested this topic, and I thought it was a good topic. So here we are. We take a family, and they are four people in the family: one husband, one wife, and two kids. And when the kids get hungry and the parents get hungry, they starve because they run out of food and water. They will turn desperate. And they probably gather with other families and they do what they can to find some food and water. So they will probably will go from door to door and ask politely if they have their neighbors have some food, but they probably will not. Or they have. Sandra, we are talking about an SHTF situation. It's not a complete collapse. It is basically below collapse. Uh, hey, McBean Scottish Fitness. Good to see you, my friend. Yeah, it is my stream, so I have to speak more. Yeah. But when I'm on other panels, I'm more polite because I don't interrupt the others on the panel because that's rude. So, if one starving family gathering together with another starving family, hey Bob 942, good to see you. So, these law abiding families gather and turn out to be a larger group. They have a tendency to turn out to be marauders because they have no choice. Yeah, one reason I don't do panels too often, by the time I get a word in it, it is already irrelevant to the convo. Yeah, I know what you mean. I know the feeling, Gear Gridden. Hey, Bob, I think you want to join me up here. It's a little bit lonely up here, so. Um, anyway, so these groups of. Okay, Bob. Um, I get to that later. J Real. Okay, have your breakfast with your wife. That just sounds like a good idea to me. Okay, preparedness veteran. Um, if they can, these families gather and get into a larger groups with starving families, and if they can't find any food, what do they do? And food, water. What do they do? They have no other choice to maraud, to loot, to plunder, to do raids. Boy Commander TV, welcome my friend. Good to see you. So, basically, those who are law abiding citizens can turn out to be marauders in an SHTF situation. But the next group, the third group, is those. MC Josh, good to see you, brother. How are you doing? And we have the third group of marauders. Good to hear, MC Josh. The third group of marauders, or the third category, are those who are well armed, those who are ex-military, uh, and if they begin turn out to be those who do raids in looting and other things, they will be a huge problem. For one reason. First of all, they are well armed. They have better equipment, better tactics, better strategies. So, yeah, I agree with you, Gear Gridden. Hey, Bob.
Good morning, all. Good morning.
Good evening here.
What's the topic here? I heard something about marauders and things like that.
Yeah, SHTF and marauders.
Mm.
And I divided those marauders in 3 different groups.
Okay.
The drug addicts, and they're law-abiding, decent people, citizens like you and me, and those who are the third, those who are well-armed, military tactics, well-equipped, those 3 groups. So drug addicts has a tendency to go in groups, larger groups, when they raid something.
Yeah.
They will be easy to deal with at some point. But they have that problem if they are high or
they're not rational.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're not. I've experienced years of that. They're not rational. Yeah. Well, I fall back on, as you guys know, some of you know, my wife lived through a civil war. Um,
Yeah,
she's my advisor, and she stands her ground on if they come in the front door, you go out the back door. Especially if it's a group of them, get out as fast as you can. Get away from them.
yeah,
Because if there's 2 or 3 of you in your family and there's 6 of them, the chances of you coming out on top are not very good. You're going to lose at least one person, and you're all going to get your ass kicked and lose your stuff. So it's better just to get out, get out as fast as you can. If you can't
yeah.
get out, then you got to stand your ground and fight. And I hope you guys can work together as a team, and maybe you'll have a chance, maybe not. But drug addicts, I dealt with them at the last place we lived. I dealt with them all the time. They're not rational. Um, they are dangerous because they'll do anything to get their next fix. But
Yeah, and the problem is, if you have bad luck to getting hand-to-hand combat with them, you can beat them with a baton and they don't react.
exactly, yeah,
They
exactly.
keep going. They just keep going.
Uh huh. Their mind is gone, and they don't feel pain when they're on a narcotic or an amphetamine like you and I do. There you can beat them as much as you want, and you better be good. Better
Well,
have
if
a
I
but.
would hit you with a baton and with full power, you would feel it
Oh
definitely.
yeah. Mm-hmm.
But they won't feel
Yeah.
anything.
Mm-hmm.
They
That's
keep
true.
going.
That's true.
So that in that case, they can be a huge problem because they can
Mm-hmm.
be dangerous on that way because they are not rational and they don't feel pain and etc. etc. So what you can deal with is those normal citizens who turns to be those families who go gather together with some other families and do their raids. You can deal with them much easier.
Yeah. If they still got some humanity left inside of them, yeah,
Yeah,
you can rationalize with them, but you know, that's why I am a very strong advocate. Even in my laundry room over there, I've got bear spray and I've got some of this gel that will incapacitate their eyes. You know, something like that will
yeah.
work on a junkie. That'll work on a junkie. I mean, this is the same stuff that they use in the jails and the riot police use it. But getting in a fist fight at my age with a someone who's 40 years younger than me and who's hopped up on meth, I'm not going to come out on top. Chances are I'm not going to come out on top.
No, it's better to keep them on distance.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
And besides, you and I, we don't have the same reflexes, reaction. We don't react that fast
Yeah,
as we did when we were 25, 30 years
correct.
old.
Correct. And the fact to compound that with my experiences in 10 years of dealing with the addicts, they all have been incarcerated over and over again and again. And these folks are tough. They usually come from a bad situation, and you get incarcerated again and again. They're used to fighting. They have a lot more experience than I do, a lot more. So it's if you can hold them back, away from your place. If you have to go to something, use some kind of a pepper spray and a baton or whatever you might have handy. But yeah, just keep your guard up is really important. Keeping your eyes open. Lock your door as soon as you go. As soon as you go out the back door, lock your front door, back and forth. Don't give them an opportunity to strike. Hello, Lilac.
Yeah, that's the one of the most important points. Lock the doors.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah.
whatever you do, if somebody knock at your door, don't open it.
Open the door for anybody. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
If you have an eye in the door, so you can see who's on the other side. If you see only one person, don't trust that, because that could be
Right.
one on the right side and one on the left side.
Correct. That's very correct. Yeah.
Because you have a limited
Mhm.
view.
I learned a lot on YouTube and going to seminars held by law enforcement locally. One thing that these desperate people will do is they'll have a child knock on your door.
Yeah.
And all you see is a child or maybe two, but there's 4 others around the corner waiting for you to open that door, and you're done, man. You are done. Don't open the door for anybody. Yeah. If anything, what I've done, because the addicted folks where I used to live will come and knock on your door, and I deal with them through the door. I shout at them through the door.
Yeah.
I'm home. What do you want? Oh, I'm looking for Jimmy. You know, that's how they can tell if you're home or not. That's what they're doing. They're scouting to see who's home and who isn't. And if you're not home, the chances are they're going to start kicking your door to get in and steal your stuff. But deal with them through the door. And a good thing to tell them is, I'm on the phone right now. You know, that tells them that you've got contact on the outside immediately, right now. I'm on the phone. Who are you? What do you want? I'm on the phone. Yeah, that's a good trick I learned from law enforcement on YouTube and locally. It would do a lot of people some good to go whenever law enforcement in your area has classes. Go attend them.
Yeah, that is a good recommendation. If you have that type of classes in your area, please take them.
There is a resource that, I'm sorry to interrupt, but this is important, where you can find resources like that, where I've attended classes, is at a local senior citizen center, because law enforcement holds classes for the senior citizens, and you're welcome to come in and attend. At least in this area you are. You can go sit in, you know, and they'll teach you a lot of stuff, you know, but it's worth it. It's worth it. There's all kinds of programs out there, at least here in the States there is, that where law enforcement will teach you. Hey, veteran.
Hey, preparedness veteran. Good to see you, brother.
Hey, Bob. Hey, Shadow. You all right?
Hello.
We are doing good here.
Yeah, good. Carry on, Bob. I missed what you were saying. I just literally arrived.
Oh, I was saying to attend classes at our local senior citizen center holds classes. Law enforcement will go there and talk to the seniors about safety in your home and even internet safety. I've attended classes with them with our local law enforcement, and they're there to help. The law enforcement are the first.
Sounds like a good idea, because they're up to speed on the local.
Yes. Yep.
Sorry.
Law enforcement doesn't want to see you be a victim.
Yeah, they're up to speed on the.
Yes, sir. They deal with it every day.
Yeah.
I mean,
that's real slot says.
They know the trends.
Comment. They would already cut your landline when they knock on the door, not realizing there are cell phones.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, law enforcement is a great resource. If you need to, just stop into your local cop shop and say, hey, you know, Is there classes that I can attend? Is there someone I can ask questions of? They're helpful. They will. I have a lot of respect for police because they will help you.
Yeah.
They're also up to speed on the latest crime waves. Who's active in the area?
That's correct. Yes, they are.
The current techniques they're using. They could be one week. They could be using the distraction techniques, scamming techniques, like you say, knocking on your doors, seeing if anyone's in before they act.
Yep.
So yeah, definitely a good idea. But depends if your area actually does that. I'm not sure if it comes to a certain level of crime before that sort of level of police intervention kicks in. It doesn't happen in my area.
I live in the suburbs, and our local police are really good. They really are. They're very helpful because they don't want to see you get hurt. You know.
If anyone did that to me, I'll just shout out the window or something. Not interested, go away. You know, make it immediately effective to them that you don't want to interact with them. Therefore, if they pursue it any further, it's they're escalating it to the next level of confrontation.
You can search YouTube. YouTube is a university, and I would recommend anyone out there to search the topic "interview with a thief" or a burglar. Those are channels that are put out by law enforcement, and they'll sit down with a criminal who is incarcerated and ask them questions about how they assess the house that they want to break into. Same with muggers. How do they assess the person that they want to attack? There's good information out there on YouTube, a lot of it. That's where I learned I'm on the phone from YouTube. And that makes a lot of sense because it tells the guy on the other side of the door, which you never open the door, that you're not alone. You know, hey, Jimmy, call the cops. The guy's kicking my front door or whatever. Then they'll usually will back up. That came right from the criminals, you know.
There's a good channel called Lad Bible that does a lot of that sort of interview. Drug dealers, people with burglars and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah. There's another channel that it's called the Soft White Underbelly. He does interviews with all kinds of people. A lot of them are addicted. A lot of them have been in and out of jail their whole lives. And that's where I learned that if the average person goes hand to hand with a junkie who's in your house or whatever the circumstances, you're pretty much outmatched because these folks have grew up being they're in an addicted situation because a lot of them were beaten as children. Their whole lives, all they've known is getting beat up and fights. And then they get incarcerated and they get more and more. They're used to taking a punch. They're used to a leg sweep. They're used to fighting where the average homeowner is not. Like me, I mean, I'm almost 60 years old, and I don't go get fist fights. The people who are incarcerated,
the average homeowner is also more often than not caught on the back foot. They're not used to confrontations.
That's right.
But they have got things in their favor. They know their own property. They know what weaponry they've got inside, because the intruder or the burglar, for instance, they're going in there at great risk. The last thing they want to do is get themselves into any sort of harmful conflict.
Exactly.
And they're going into it with such a level of risk that they don't know what the person is doing or has got behind that door. You could be waiting there in a full suit of armor with swords and all sorts, or guns or whatever, He could have booby trapped the whole place as far as they're concerned.
Yeah. Yeah, gear. Yeah, don't open the door, my friend.
Yeah, and
Then
another
again, they're
problem
also,
with that
like you
is
say,
another problem with that when somebody knock on the door. It is they can say, "Hey, my friend is hurt. Do you have anything first aid? He's bleeding."
yeah, wait there, I'll
And
call an ambulance.
yeah,
Exactly, veteran. Very good, very good. I'll call 911.
I mean,
yeah, but it's hard to
the
call
laws.
911 when the phone lines are down.
Yeah, it's true.
Well,
But I still ain't
yeah.
gonna open the door for him.
No.
I'm not gonna,
You could put signs outside saying by appointment only. I mean, in this day and age, especially in UK, there's no I've known people do that. There's no unsolicited people who are supposed to come round to your house anymore.
True. Yeah.
So anyone who comes round your house and starts knocking at the door, immediately you're going to start raising eyebrows. Think, who's this? What they want?
Yeah, exactly, LG.
Yeah, by
Don't let
appointment only. That's
anybody in your
always good.
house. I discovered that from local law enforcement and from YouTube that the place I lived before was hell on earth, and frequently I'd get people knocking on the door, and that's a thief who's checking to see if you're home or not. That's what they're doing it for. And they'll come up with like, "Hey, I'm here to see Jimmy." No, you're not. I lived here for the last 10 years. Jimmy don't live here. He's a thief, just seeing if you're around. Yeah. No, God, don't open the door for anybody ever, ever, ever.
Yep. Once they're in, they're in.
Yeah. I saw one younger man who lived in an apartment, and he said that there was a child outside of his door, and his natural reaction was to open the door, and as soon as he did, there was like 3 or 4 of them who rushed in and knocked him down, and he fell on the stairways to the second floor of his apartment, and one of them was beating him in the head with a pistol. He was getting pistol whipped, and the only thing that saved him was a neighbor saw what was happening, and a neighbor stuck his head in the door, and he said, "I'm on the phone to the cops right now," and they all left. That's what saved him. But that was the advice I got from that video was, don't open the door, especially for a child or for anybody. Just don't. Just tell them, if you need help, I'll call 911 for you, and leave the door closed and locked.
Yeah, this is the sort of thing you've got to try and drum it into your parents, because
oh God, yeah. Oh, I had problems with my mom. I lived with her after my divorce, and I so many times. Oh, well, one instance, mom got really lucky because mom was over 80, and that's one of the reasons why after my divorce I moved in with her, because she had no business living alone. She told me about one incident when she came to the door, and I had already talked to her. Mom, this is not 1935. You cannot open the door for anybody. She got very lucky because there was somebody standing outside the door with a large box, and she opened the door, and he pushed her inside using the box and trapped her against the wall. And there were 3 other guys who were coming in the house. They were well organized, and not to their knowledge, but those green junction boxes for the telephone service. There was one of those just out front of her house. There was a repairman who was behind it, and he had it opened up, and he was doing repairs, and he saw what was happening, and he started screaming at those guys, get the hell out of there. And they found out they were discovered, and they took off. But yeah, Yeah. And mom still opened the door for other salespeople.
We was on the phone once to the mother, and she goes, "Hang on a minute, I got a phone call," and on the mobile, and she goes, "It's some guy on the other end who wants to talk to me about my internet security, and he wants me to click on some links." And this is while I'm on the phone. And I said, "Right, stop what you're doing. Do not continue."
Mm-hmm.
And she hung up on us to talk to the other guy. And at the end of it, it was too late.
Oh, no. So, yeah. Yeah. The seniors are a target. And I had an incident where I think a door-to-door salesman was going to sell her windows. It was a new house, and he comes to the door. He already knew my mom's name, and he didn't expect me being there. And I opened the door, and I said, "What do you want?" And he says, "Oh, I'm here to see Emma." Well, my mom doesn't go by Emma. My mom went by another name. And I said, "What do you want with her?" "Oh, we're here to install the new windows." I said, "No, you're not. You're not. Nuh-uh. No, we called her on the phone and we're here by appointment." "No, you're not. No, you're not. You get out of here." So you know what these scumbags did? About 20 minutes later, I was getting ready for work. I was on second shift. Another car pulled in the driveway, and it was a woman with really big boobs, with blonde hair and really big boobs. So that was smart of them they said, "Hey, there's a man in there. Go stick your boobs out and try to get in the house." And she called my mom's landline, and I answered it, and I said, "No." I'm looking out the upstairs window, looking down at her. I said, "You get your ass in the car and you get the hell out of here. Don't you come back. I got your license plate number and I'm calling the cops right now." Man, she did. She went right in the car and took off. But you understand how creepy these people are. They'll do anything to get into the house and take advantage of a senior citizen.
Yeah. And here in Sweden, we had some problems, especially citizens had some problems with that. They get a knock on the door, and I need to find the word for it. And those who knocked on the door were there two females, and they said to that 80-year-old lady with bad hearing, and they told her that they were from the domestic service, and there were cases that one of them keep her busy, occupied, and talk with her. The other one goes around in that old lady's home and pick jewelries, money, and things like that.
Oh my God, man! Yeah,
there's a lot to be said for community action as well. We had a guy who was casing the joint out, trying all the doors and locks and stuff. I posted a video about it. And if it wasn't for the local, it was a Facebook group community, they knew who this guy was, and they'd seen him go up and down the road, and it eventually led to police action, although the police didn't actually do anything in the end, and they let him off.
Your camera. Oh, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
And there had been other cases where old people got knock on the door, and it has been two females, and they, hey, can you we borrow your phone, or can we have a glass of water? So they go do the same tactic. So they sneak around the apartment and steal things.
Yeah, there's another thing that when I had a successful home invasion, April 19th, 2016, when I had my garage door open at the other house, the guy walked right in. Now, he was a career criminal, and my neighbor, after I run him off, my neighbor opened his garage door, and he's standing there with his Chow, the dog called Chow. That's a vicious dog.
Yeah.
And he and I spoke for a moment. I said, that son of a bitch just got into my house. And he goes, and his partner is on the checking our front doors at the same time. This guy's coming in through the back door. That's they'll distract you from one end of the house and go check the back door and see if you're unlocked. Yeah, that's true. That's true, Hendo. They always do. And I've noticed in my area, occasionally I'll watch, or my wife usually watches a little bit of local news. I watch a little bit, but I noticed a successful home invasion where they got in and they tied the residences up and robbed them. And then the news media showed the front of the house. Well, there was a rhododendron bush that was so overgrown that the neighbors could not see the front door of the house. And that's what they target, is they want to be able to get in there and kick your front door without anyone seeing what's happening. So for God's sakes, cut your trees back and your bushes. Get that stuff out. Have plain view of your front door from the street. But as far as marauders during an SHTF, yeah, well, that's situational. I think we're pretty well armed and practiced here in my house, and if at all possible, if there's a group of them, they come in the front door, we go out the back door. Just get out, because no piece of property.
Probably will be a larger group.
Yeah, if no piece of property that you have is worth your life, or an eye, or a broken arm or leg, or get your teeth knocked out. It's not worth it.
It's not worth it. I agree. Yeah, I want to tell you a true story. And it happens in this time, my city, basically. My old boss I had a couple of years ago, he had an alarm system on his house. And he was at work, and the alarm system sent a signal to his cell phone so he could check. So he saw that the alarm went off. And when he got there, so he got back home, and what he found when he got back home was that dude, there was a dude, a neighbor who lived maybe 3-4 houses from his house.
Yep.
And he had go on the back side of the house and took the basement door there and got into the house. And what he found when I got back home was that dude had taken his wife's clothes and put them on.
Oh my God. I heard of a case like that here in the States. Yeah.
and that was really disgusting.
Uh-huh.
And the problem is, it came up later that he had done that a couple of times before that. The same house, same guy.
Yeah, and how would you like to walk in and have that guy sitting in your living room? Wouldn't that be just lovely? Not only are you a burglar, but you're a freaking wacko burglar, you know? God. There was a case like that here in the States back when I was working at Boeing, and somebody pulled up a guy's mugshot. Loser. He looked like Beavis from Beavis and Butthead. He broke into a home and he went upstairs and got into the grandma's underwear drawer. And when the homeowner discovered him, he was sitting on the couch in the living room wearing grandma's underwear. But, oh, God.
Yeah, but this dude who broke in his house, he just didn't only put his wife's clothes on. He pleasured himself too.
Ah, lovely. Oh, I'm sorry, but you're getting the bear spray and a baseball bat, dude. You go jerking off in my house like that.
Bear spray.
Bam. I will guarantee you're not coming back to my house again. Cross-dressing criminals. Oh, yeah, well, here it did me good living in that raunchy neighborhood for so long because I learned a lot. And, I mean, if you're going to get broken into, we've got a whole security system here, all that, and I'm still improving on it. But you can't stop them if they really want to get in. They're going to get in. But what I've done is an example on my channel as I welded together a big cage for my canned goods, my canned food, my emergency food. So listening to interviews with professional thieves, they all said very similar things. When they break into a home, they're in there for 10 to 15 minutes and they're out. So I make it as hard as possible for them to be able to pick up things and carry it out. You know, like my firearms, my food, I lock that stuff up. And that's because if all in all, if anything really drastic happens, we got to have food and water, and I've got that stuff locked up, you know, for regular crime. But if there's a gang of marauders, oh boy, that's bad news. You're going to lose everything, you know. But I learned how to weld, and I can make my own gear to protect our property inside the house from normal crime, you know.
Yeah.
So, Bob, did you notice? Was this a slow escalation into crime, or was it an immediate crime wave? If you want to say that.
Yeah. What started it in the area where I used to live was there was a methadone clinic opened in a nearby a small town. That's what brought them in the area. And there was a river nearby there, and the river property along the banks of a river belonged to the state of Washington. And so that attracted the addicted people in to get the methadone, and also there are dealers out there selling heroin to the people who are on methadone. They would walk a short distance to the river and they would camp out on state land. And the state of Washington don't really care how many of these folks live on the riverbanks. They don't care. And that's what got it started. So they were coming to a nearby town within walking distance of my place, and they went and did their grocery shopping, you might say, in my town. And it was a slow process. It's not fast, and you've really got to pay attention to where you live. And what I would do frequently was go out at nighttime while usually they're out walking from town to town or riding bicycles. And I'd go do a head count. I'd call it a junkie head count. And I would go out and recon all the way around my area and get a head count. That's how, and know, I've discovered some of the areas where they would hide and shoot up. And I discovered areas where they would hide stolen property. And I discovered an area where they were buying. It was at a small motel. They would steal personal property and property from a large supermarket and walk over to a small motel, which this motel didn't require any identification. It was just cash only to rent them a room.
Yeah.
And when the dealer would arrive, he would put out, all these guys have got cell phones because they steal them from us, you know. When the dealer would arrive, he'd put out a call, and then they all start coming from their hiding places and making their way towards that motel to go buy their dope. On the way, they were taking their stolen items in backpacks and in hand, and go there to trade stolen articles out of our homes and from the supermarket for their drugs. It was a slow process, but that's why you've got to keep your eyes open. That's right, Huga. That's right. I have only called the police twice because of the crime in my area. Once was when I witnessed a guy who broke into my neighbor's pickup. He's a junkie. And the police caught him about a block away. When the police arrived, and they said, "Can you describe what he's wearing?" And that's important. You've got to remember what they're wearing. You've got to remember what they look like. Put that in your head. And he said, "Yeah, black pants, backpack, blah 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 blah." And he said, "Now turn to your left and look down that way." There was another officer who found this guy. And they're on the radio back and forth to each other. And I said, "Yeah, that's the guy." He was taken into custody. And 14 days later, guess who's back in the area again? Same guy.
Same
14 days later. It doesn't do any. It doesn't. So I went, well, what the hell's the point in calling the cops? Because the courts let them out. It's not the police. It's the courts that are rotten here in this area.
Yeah, and the cops must be really frustrated when their court let them out again.
They are, because that's one thing that the officer that was with me. I said, "How long is he going to be gone and stay gone?" And he kind of went, "Well, it's all up to the courts, but he's not going to be gone for long." And he was right, because they see that stuff every day, Right. Yeah, they are reactive force. And the last time I called the police was when that career criminal did come into my home right through my garage door while I'm sitting there. And I picked him out of a 6-man lineup. The police already knew who he was. And he had just been released that morning from a felony detention center. And so they got him. And 2 years later, 2 years, he had got into my house. He had a bunch of stolen property stashed on my side patio because I wasn't watching. And then he stole a car and came back and picked up his stolen property. A bunch of baby diapers that he knew he could trade in the hood for whatever, sell them, 2 years later, even after a stolen car, home invasion, stolen property, all that. 2 years later, the guy walked right past my garage door and he flipped me the peace sign while he's carrying a woman's purse under his arm. 2 years. That's all he got. So that's all he got. 2 years for all those felony counts, because stealing a car is a felony. Home invasion is a felony. And that's all he got was 2 years. And then he went right back to it. He had a lady's purse. He probably broke a car window, grabbed her purse, and took off. That was it. That's all he got. So
we had a home invasion here in Sweden as well. It was a couple who had owned a grocery store, I believe it was, and they normally go to the bank to put their money in on their account. Every day, they did that every day, but not this day. So they took the money back home and put that in the safe.
No. Okay.
And they were asleep. And suddenly they woke up, something broke downstairs, and when they woke up, they had two persons next to the bed, and they hit the guy.
Oh boy!
And they hit his wife, and they dragged them downstairs and duct taped them to a chair, and they wanted to open the safe.
Yeah. And the pain begins.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Yeah, Sandra, I know they've got people locked up for far less, and I don't know what to say. The courts here in Western Washington State they just let these guys go again and again and again. Here's something I would like to say is that, in honest to God, a lot of us here are preparedness minded people. You have more danger from common crime than you do from a major shit hit the fan situation. And that's a fact. That's why you've got to keep your eyes open. Drive around your neighborhood at different times. Drive around your supermarket at different times and see who's hanging out, so you can get an idea about, and maybe even walk that path. See how long it would take that group of people to get to your house, to break into your house. Do you understand what I mean? Be diligent. Don't approach them, but see where they go. See how many there are. See what they look like. See what they're carrying with them.
Okay, MC Josh. No problem.
Hendo.
Thanks for stopping by.
I know there's things like that do go on, but there's nothing I can personally do to stop it or change it. But what I can do is, like I gave an example, it's on my channel, a steel box that I welded together for my canned goods. I made my own rifle rack. I welded it myself. I made it myself. Those are things that I can control. You got to step back and look at your life and where you live and what your capabilities are, and think, what can I do personally? I can't change politics. I can't do a lot, but I can change what's inside of my residence and just outside of my residence. That's the things you need to focus on. Yeah. Exactly, Hendo. Exactly. And watch some of the videos here on YouTube. Interview with a thief, interview with a burglar, and there is valuable information coming out of those videos. How to secure your home better,
But the problem will be those more military experienced marauders. They will be
That will be dangerous.
very difficult.
Very
They are the
difficult.
very dangerous. You will not have a chance if they
Mhm.
come 40, 80 guys with
Yeah, you're
well
sunk.
armed,
Hmm.
good equipment, cars. If they come to your house, you will probably not stay. You,
Yeah.
I would
Yeah.
leave as soon as
Hmm.
possible.
And they're,
Hey, Guardian, prepping. Good to see you, brother.
hey, Guardian. I know by international travel, I go all over the world with my wife, sometimes by myself, and I know for a fact that, like when I go to Manila, that's a pretty dangerous city to go to. A lot of places over there. If somebody sticks a pistol in my ribs and says, "Give me your money," I'm giving it to them, and don't chase them. Just give it to them because I can always get more cash, but I can't get
Yeah.
a new liver. You know.
Or
Yeah.
worse, you can lose your life.
Yeah. Hmm. Don't look them in the face. Just give it to them. Just give it to them. You know, that's how I kind of look at it. Like large groups of people, that's attacking your home. Give it to them because you're still alive. If you can get out, then you're still alive. And as long as you're alive, you've got a chance. But if you're not, if you're crippled, well, that makes things even worse.
Yeah, especially in SHTF, because you don't want to get wounded, especially
Correct.
not from a gunshot.
Yeah. Now I've seen people gunned down before, and I'm telling you the truth, and my wife is also a healthcare professional, seeing this myself. If you get hit with a gunshot wound, if you don't get the wound plugged and get them to a hospital fast, you're done. No matter who you are, you're done. I mean, if you get a hit in any meaty part of your body, because that hydrostatic shock from a bullet explodes your flesh.
Yeah,
It does, guys. That you ever heard that the term of pink mist? That's exactly what it looks like when you get shot. That's your tissue. And now you've got open bleeding, and there's some people on YouTube who've never seen it before. Oh well, I'll go get my first aid kit, and then da 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 da. Well, if you don't get to a hospital fast, that guy's going to die. Period. You're just going to bleed out. Be more Ron. Am I banned here? What the heck is that all about?
yeah, I'm falling behind the shed, so
Oh, okay.
and the problem with those so-called more tactical experience and military marauders, they have a tendency to be warlords in an SHT
Yeah.
situation. They
Uh-huh.
take over an area, and you have to
Mhm.
obey them. Otherwise, you're screwed.
Yeah, if that happens, you're going to have to learn how to adjust because you're not going to change it alone. If you're under that kind of a situation, you just got to learn how to adapt and keep your mouth shut. Be as gray as possible.
Yeah, and if you have the bad luck to face them, don't begin to rambling and talk a lot of shit
Hmm.
and don't curse to them or anything like that, because that
Yeah.
is a bad sign. You
Yeah.
get knocked or
Yeah.
shot
Yeah.
immediately. So
My.
just keep your eyes down and
Hmm.
only
My
speak when you're told to.
my first experience in martial law was when I was in the north of Mindanao and Cagayan de Oro, and just a few miles away, a war began in the city of Marawi. That was my first experience in martial law. And let me tell you, there is value in being the gray man, just being silent. You don't, when you got to go somewhere, you go straight there. Don't stop talking to people, nothing like that. Eyes straight and walk straight, eyes cast down. But when I was trying to get to the airport and get out, we got stopped in many military and police checkpoints. And that's when you just got to sit there. And no matter if they want to search your body again, so what? Keep your mouth shut and just go along with it, because you're not going to win. You know,
Do as you're told to.
do as you are told, and do not be threatening. If you're threatening, you're going to go down to the ground. You're going to get hurt.
You get shot, probably straight away.
Yep. If you're a threat, especially if you start doing something physical. Martial law, if people don't know the definition of it, is when you've lost your rights. All civil rights are suspended immediately. That means that law enforcement or the military can do whatever they want to with you. If they want to shoot you, they'll shoot you. If they want to tie you up and throw you in the back of a truck and take you away, they can do that.
For further questioning.
Yeah.
And that will not be a pleasant experience.
My wife knows a fella during the martial law years when she was growing up. He was taken away by the army, and he's still deaf in one ear because he was being questioned if he was one of the communists or not. And they fired an M16 muzzle blast right next to his ear when they were torturing him. He's still deaf. He lived, but he'll never hear, again.
Yeah.
At least out of one of those ears. That's how martial law works,
Yeah. That's really tough. But the government doesn't use martial law. It's when the situation turns really bad, uncontrollable, they put on martial law. It's not
martial
a normal
law,
praxis.
Not at all. Yeah. Well, Guardian, I hear what you're saying, and yes and no. I still stick with my guns on this. You're more likely to lose your preps to normal crime, normal burglary and robbery and things like that, than you are to actual shit hits the fan. If shit hits the fan, you don't want to live through that. I've been through it overseas, and it's not fun. It's not friendly. It's scary. But if you've got to walk away from your property, you got to walk away, because you're not going to live through it.
Yeah.
I remember a couple years ago on YouTube, there was all these videos about, police officers pulling people over and asking them for their driver's license, and they giving them law enforcement a bunch of crap. That doesn't happen in martial law. If it does happen, you're going to pay a price for it. You're going to get hurt really bad. What's up, Fishes? Good morning or good afternoon to you.
Hey, Fishes, good to see you. And welcome to the stream, my friend. It's nice to see Fishes.
Oh, okay, again. Guardian. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Sorry, I didn't mean to get into the middle of your conversation, but...
Yeah, it's easy to get in the middle of a conversation.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll still say it again. You've got more danger from street crime than you do anything else, really.
Yeah. The problem is there will be warlords.
Yeah.
In a SHTF situation, you can count on it. Because if there is those groups who has more military experience, but they are not in the army anymore, they are ended their service and they are just have other jobs. But if they decide to take over an area because the area is rich on supplies and other things, they will take over it if they have enough men, which they probably have.
Yeah.
And there will be another types of warlords as well. Those drug dealers, drug barons who take over an area as well. So there will be really a serious problem.
Hello, Nanette. Hello. Thank you, Sandra. Yeah.
Hey, Simply Nanette. Good to see you. Geez, am I falling behind in the chat?
Oh, look at you. You're almost fired, mister. We're going to have to give you a layoff notice. You know, you're out of here. You're just there's your walking papers. I say the same nonsense to my missus too. You know?
Yeah.
No breakfast today, hon? You're fired. You're just fired.
Even if they don't have military experience, they come and bully. Yeah.
Well, I will give you an example of. Thank God I'm a veteran. Now, I was one of those wimpy Air Force guys, and I wasn't an infantry guy. I was in the military. And one day, a junkie rode his bicycle by my place, and he's looking to get in. And I stood up and stood my ground in the garage doorway. I had the entryway narrowed down with shelves and stuff. And he stopped his bicycle a few yards away and started cussing at me. And he just, I mean, you can imagine what a meth head, how much they can cuss and scream and shout and scream and shout. My military experience, I went to parade rest and I stood there. You know, it's not first a drill instructor screamed in my face before. And I didn't flinch. It's not the first time for me. I stood there for 20 minutes while this guy is trying to do anything to provoke a confrontation with me. But I stood inside the building at parade rest, and he didn't know how to react to that. He got frustrated, and he got off of his bicycle and started screaming more and more, and I still maintained at parade rest. He didn't know how to react to that, and I didn't feed into it because if you go out to start screaming at a meth junkie, you're wasting your time. You're setting yourself up, you know.
Yeah.
And I did not leave the doorway because who knows, he might have a friend around the corner waiting for me to step out and pursue him. Now somebody's in your house.
Do you want to join us, Guardian? Do you want to come up here, Guardian? But no matter what, it will not be a pleasant situation.
Have you ever watched that series on Netflix? It's called Black Summer.
No, I can't say I have.
You should. It's all about that. It follows one lady and her daughter, and there was about a 5-part series, and then it moves into winter. And you should watch that, because there was a group of ex-military guys and police officers who banded together, and they were because winter in Minnesota is where this was filmed, and winter in Minnesota, if you're not inside shelter at nighttime, you're going to die, period. And there was a group of former police officers and military who were well armed, and that was in that series, showing these guys how tactical they were, how well organized they were. One guy was the boss, and he had a small Korean lady as his slave. Basically, he kept her hands tied, and they showed her part where she was meek and quiet and didn't fight, and she survived. But she was tough, Hello, Guardian.
Hey, Guardian.
Hey, good evening, gents. How are you doing? Are you well?
Mm-hmm.
We are doing good.
Yeah, and I've just got to double down and back up something that Bob said earlier, and it's something that is not, it's not a nice thing to say, but it's true what Bob was saying. It doesn't sound like the bravest thing, but this is an actual fact, that if there are people that are overwhelming you, right, you should try to never be in a situation at first where you're caught off guard, ever, all right? So that's always be absolutely alert, have security systems, make sure that you are conscious at all times of everything around you, even the small details. You've got to be aware. So then making sure that you can be on, like, that you can have the jump in these type of situations too. Make sure that, like, in the evening, as much security as you can possibly have small dogs that stay indoors in the evenings, like, go all the way balls to the wall, make your house as hard as it possibly could be for an intruder to get into the house unnoticed. Okay, that's your first thing. And then obviously, like what Bob was saying, is if you are in a situation where people have guns to your head, like, at a range where you know that there's a possibility that if you try and get that gun, and if you're not trained, and don't try and be a brave, you know what I mean, don't try and be Rambo, because quite honestly, people have done that in many situations and they've been taken out. And it's not something, I'm always the advocate for, yes, you've got to fight the good fight, and don't be a coward, but it's not about being a coward when it comes to your own life. However, if there are women involved, as a man, my own thing would be that do not let any assaults occur. I would put my life down instead of assaults occurring. And I'm sorry to say that, but that's because, like, that's a whole different, deeper topic, and a very rough one about this topic. But yeah, that's all I'm going to say is you really, really should try and be always alert of everything occurring as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, cooperate if it'll help, and don't lie to people. Don't lie to people breaking in either, because quite often they will know that you're lying about things either. Just give them the possessions. If they're there for the possessions, let them have the possessions. Quite often, they're actually there for the possessions. So
that's exactly what they're there for.
We actually have, it's so funny. Sorry to just like interject here.
No, absolutely. Go.
We have a little, I don't know if you want to call it a little crime syndicate or whatever it is, but we've got a group of guys here in our city who is terrorizing our small holdings, which is like small little homesteads, where people have like a small little piece of land and they'll maybe do some subsistence farming, something like that.
They're usually quite wealthy though. Like, it is a wealthy area.
So it's usually like nice little things, but like big, beautiful houses in beautiful like surroundings. So it tends to be wealthier people. And then these guys are going around targeting these spots. But they're actually kind of nice to you. Like, they just come in, and if you cooperate, sure, they've got guns and stuff, but like, if you cooperate and stuff, it's they'll just leave you. They'll take your stuff, but they won't hurt you. Like, recently they robbed a family, and the little boy, he's like 7 years old, and he was crying because he was scared because there's people in his house with guns. And the guy like came over to him, told him, "Don't worry, we're not going to hurt you. It's okay." Gave him a fist bump, just told him to just be chill and stuff. And then he did that, and they left. I mean, they took their TV and their car and money and stuff. But I mean, they live.
Compared to
here in South Africa, you'll get killed for like a R5.
Yes, now that gives you kind of a contrasting perspective as to why that is significant in itself, where these people are, yes, even nice criminals are criminals. Exactly, Fishes. I absolutely agree with you 100-fold. Absolutely, that is true. But what we're saying, what we're saying though,
it's really bad. It's actually like, if you're gonna be robbed, you hope it's nice people.
Because
It's
unfortunate, but that's the truth. Because of like the crimes being so violent here, that's why crimes that aren't violent is such a refreshing. Oh my, that's how bad it is.
Because there's actually, you guys could probably go find it. There's this live stream that this girl was doing. So she lives here in South Africa, and her and her husband do gaming live stream, and they were busy live streaming, and they were playing the game, and literally like right in the back of them, you just see people come in and tap them on their shoulders and tell them to like get off and get on the floor, and they were like robbed live on live stream, and they tied them up, and you could hear their children like crying, and they come in like dragging the little boy by his like arm, like they treated him horribly, and they took everything. It was crazy, but then the live stream cut out.
So what we're saying is we're so used to these type of violent crimes that absolutely like
just to find out that there's people who don't like I mean,
it's a breath of fresh air is what it actually is.
These guys will like sexually assault their own grandmothers, for like the drugs.
It's a very dark place to take this conversation, but it is actually true. It's horrible. The crime here is ridiculous. It's worse than you can ever imagine.
Yeah, I agree with you, Guardian. You are used to that kind of problem because you live there, but it's a difference here in Sweden. We don't have the same issues as you have. So if we will face the same thing as you have it now, it would be a little bit more problematic for us here because we are not used to it. Elena, Kate, Faustino, welcome.
Yeah, the thing is that the subject matter So the subject matter at hand, obviously, is like one where it's actually a very, very good point to have, because unfortunately, the type of scenarios that occur will occur faster than a lot of people give credence to, and that's kind of it's very, very dark in a lot of ways. But I think it's a very good topic to have. Don't get me wrong. Like, I just think that it's hard for us, coming from our side, to speak about without it going like.
Yeah, you don't realize how brutal people will get.
It's dark. Go, and if you really feel like being depressed, go spend about an hour or two and go look up like violent crime in South Africa just from 2022. Go and do a little bit of a rabbit hole and go do a bit of a deep dive, and then you'll find out why South Africans speak the way that we do, and why it seems that we complain the way that we do, when it's actually just we're being real and honest.
Yeah, that's very true. That Fishes is saying there. At least here you're dealing with crime. Like in the SHTF, you don't know what you're dealing with.
Yes, so
that's
freaking true. Absolutely. Yep, that's a big thing, and that's So
it's better to take everyone with like a lot of skepticism, like maybe create your community beforehand and then be very slow to let new people in.
Well, the thing is, that's why you got to engage with your neighbors now. That's why you've got to get to know like your community now, if possible.
True. But still, it's very difficult because you don't want to not help people, but if you help people, you open yourself up.
Because people are usually out to help themselves.
Like, even if you just go watch The Walking Dead, which is now obviously a fictional show, but it's like interesting and it's a fun show. And even in there, they use people as like spies to go and scope out the other people before they attack and stuff like that.
Can I give you an example of locally? A few months ago, there were a pair of criminals, armed robbers, going to marijuana stores. Because here in Washington State, you got to pay in cash to buy your marijuana. It's all legal and all that, but they know that there's a large amount of cash in the marijuana stores, and they hit a lot of them in the Puget Sound region. And every time they robbed a place, no one got hurt. They just came in and they robbed the customers, they robbed the store. And wife was watching something on local news. So I sat next to her and watched this. And here's a young man being interviewed, and he's covered in bandages. Okay. First thing out of that young man's mouth was, "You're only 1% as badass as you think you are." Because this guy was an employee of one of the marijuana stores. He met one of the two armed robbers at the door, and he thought, he saw a Chuck Norris movie or something, and he thought he could grab the pistol and disarm him. Well, it didn't work. He did that move like you see on these YouTube videos, and the guy snapped the pistol back, and he shot the guy 7 times with a .22. The guy's covered in bandages all over his arms and legs. And that would not have happened if the employee would have just stood back, handed him their wallet, because these guys had not shot anyone, but he forced the situation.
Yeah. Jared and Guardian and I recently watched a video. Well, it's like a popular streamer that we enjoy, and one of the things that he was doing is he was watching these self-protection channels where they show these moves, these cool tricks and stuff. And they were trying them out, with it was like a rubber gun, but it was like the same weight and everything. And like most of them, you can't do effectively. It's just like you can't do it, and you'll just put yourself in more danger. And anyone who tells you you can shimmy like this or do that is talking nonsense.
Ultimately, the best way to deal with any type of scenario such as that would always be just being ahead of the situation, and passively alert and aware almost at all times. Like, it's definitely hello, by the way, to the people that have joined us, and it's just definitely something that you got to be aware of. And I can't stress it enough. Like, if you're at an ATM drawing cash, if no matter what it is, at any situation, if you in your car, and that's why they obviously speaking about transitional spaces where you're going from one place to another, in between, like an area, climbing out of your car, walking into a way, things like that. That's quite often where situations.
Are you allowed to do that, Fishers? Because I've always wondered about that. So, here in South Africa, marijuana has been legalized for recreational use, but like you're not allowed to smoke it like at work. So, are they actually allowed to like be stoned if they're working in those shops?
Oh, yeah. I went into one of those shops a couple times back when it first became legal, and they're high. Their employees are high.
Why am I not surprised?
You would think that keep your professionalism at your job. I mean, sure, if you want to do it in your free time, by all means, do your own thing. But if you're at work, at least maybe be professional.
Yeah.
If you want to go back to, it was a very interesting comment as well here by Sandra Sandy Robinson over here. If you go up, there we go, perfect. So you have to pay cash for MJ everywhere because it's against federal law, and owners won't put the money in the bank for fear that the federal government will confiscate.
Will seize it. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That's interesting. Very interesting.
Yeah, it's legal in a state, but it's still in the federal law. Marijuana is illegal.
And we're speaking about the people who work at the shops, and then we're also speaking about situational awareness at the same time. It's kind of contradictory to one another. It can be difficult for somebody to have correct situational awareness if they're working at one of those shops for too long.
I do understand that, yeah. Maybe it's kind of professional, but I don't know if I'd go to a doctor. That's like using their own medication. But that's just me.
Yeah. Street crime is more of a danger than anything else, in my opinion. And the only thing you can really do is just control what's inside of your home and your surroundings. That's all you can really do. Just stay aware, fortify your home, fortify your possessions, learn how to weld so you can make things to lock your personal property up. Because, like, example is, we're going to be traveling soon, and I've already made things to lock up our firearms while we're gone. And I've got an alarm system, and the house is never empty. My son's here, and my daughter's around, and all that. So it's that's really all you can control. You know.
Yes. Also, in quite a couple of situations, avoidance completely.
Yeah.
That's why, it really is true that the best combat is combat that you can avoid. And if you can kind of stay out of harm's way for the most part, and do so in a way that, look, ultimately, community is extremely important. There's a reason why in every single way throughout history, people have banded together. That's why, like, without having a certain community, you're going to be in a lot of trouble. You can't just go off on like one or two people and expect to be okay. That's why you need a good sized community. And that also requires a lot of trust. And unfortunately, we live in the modern world where trust is not something that's readily available between people. And that's why it's like, no matter what you experience, like that could occur during a SHTF scenario, you just have to have limit. Trust has to be there, but it can be limited. And that's something that not everybody understands, is that there can always be limited amounts of trust that you provide to people as well. Like you can expect the worst, but if you just live all the time, that's also a problem that, myself as well, I actually deal with a bit of trust issues with general public as well, with people, because of previous experiences. And I obviously advocate for people to do the same, to be a bit cautious when it comes to others. But at the same time, it's very difficult to have real friendships and form real relationships with anybody without some sort of a trust between each other, without some sort of a understanding and trust. So,
yeah, for me, in my situation, we're in a new neighborhood, and one of the neighbor ladies came into my shop here, and she obviously saw the shotgun sitting right there and my revolver sitting right there. And that's far enough. She doesn't know that I've got food and water stored up and things like that. I never mentioned it to any of my neighbors at all, and they've never mentioned it to me. And that's the way that until you really get to know someone, I think you should stay that way. Just don't mention it. Just, it's like when we moved in here, I believe I mentioned on a live before that my son has got some long guns. And I remember asking him, "Did you get your rifles out of the house yet?" And he goes, "Yeah, I did. They're already here." "Well, how did you move them?" "I didn't see them." He goes, "I took them in half and put them in a backpack and carried them on my back so that none of the neighbors at the old place or here could see that he was armed." That's perfect. I mean, smart guy.
That was a good way to do it.
You bet it is. Don't give them any indication about what you've got. Now, I've never mentioned to my neighbors wherever I've lived that I've got food stored and things like that. Never. Yes, Hendo. Don't advertise. Just keep them guessing. But the conversations with my wife, going to different regions around here, driving around on a Sunday drive, and she sees all these 2-story nicer houses and she mentioned to me, which makes sense, that you figure if someone can afford that 2-story nicer home, you can bet that there's at least one firearm in there, at least one, you know. And the topic was between us was how long it takes law enforcement to arrive when they're called, and how in this region they defunded the police a great deal, and it's up to us is to protect ourselves. And it's unfortunate, but that's just the way the world is now.
So I think, because I'm listening as well to what you're saying, and I think that's hard to address this as well, because there's so I'll give you a little bit of information,
Right, Sandra,
as well. So what Fishers was saying there about South Africans doing that, the comment was, we saw South Africans doing that during some of the recent craziness, when it was like droves of people trying to overrun the more wealthy communities. They were armed, they were armed neighbors, no cops at all. So basically people took to the streets to protect the communities, and it was in terms of a mass scale riot. And we saw, for the first time in the country, people saw for something that they hadn't seen for a very long time. And it's something where even the subject matter I approach in a very cautious way, because obviously, like, I try to speak positively of my country, even though, yes, we're all aware that there's crime here, but honestly, where isn't there crime? Like, if you're aware of it here, like, if you're genuinely aware of it here at all times, like, you can live quite a positive life, and there's a lot of positive things about the country, you know? Like, yeah. So basically what happened was, yes, what Hendo's saying there, the Durban riots was insane last year. The thing is, we got to see a little bit of it, and you can call it in any way that you want. And the thing is, I'm so tired of protecting, like, being super cautious of what I say about anything whatsoever. But we got to see a slight bit of what it could potentially be during a SHTF, when there's like a lot of people that are desperate and that have been kind of motion. Because the thing is, what happens with mob mentality is that people also have it's that whole thing, and this is perfectly about the stream that we're speaking about, it's perfectly on topic, but it's like what happens with people is that they just kind of, like, they lose all feeling of any sort of guilt for their actions when they're doing it as part of the mob, where they will do pretty much anything when they do it as a group, and a larger group of people as well. And it's like, yeah, what Hendo's saying there is actually true. Like, and then also we can get there's brilliant there's some amazing comments here. Like, I love that everybody's being as engaging as you are. I think that makes such a good stream as well, when there's a lot of people that are also adding into what we're speaking about.
Yeah, and a preparedness veteran mentioned a book, Sun Tzu. I got the book here, The Art of War.
Right on.
Very good book, actually, by the way.
Well, Guardian, we saw that 2 years ago in Seattle and Tacoma. Were overwhelmed with the Antifa and the Black Lives Matter rioting and burning, looting, and they tied up all law enforcement in those cities around the region and exhausted them, and then they split off. And meanwhile, us out here in the burbs, we were watching what was happening. And they split off, and there was one small city in the Cascade Mountains, which is not a good idea, but Antifa threatened the lives of the police chief and the mayor of this tiny town. And all of those people in the mountains, who are normally quiet, passive people, but who are hunters, they know what they're doing with firearms. They all emptied out of the mountains, and hundreds of citizens lined both sides of the main street to protect their police department and their mayor. Armed, all of them. Antifa sent 3 people.
Yeah.
And they saw that, and they turned around and they left. And that's what it takes, is a cooperation among the population, because you can't beat a population. You can't.
Well, it's exactly that, Bob. It's the fact that human beings and communities, and this includes people say, oh, it's the general population against like the people in power in some way or something. It's not about that at all. That's, it's genuinely like everybody together. Like the truth about it is in most SHTF, in almost every single type of SHTF scenario that you can come up with, it's everybody fighting together. At the end of the day, it's even the people who you think are all the elites, not you specifically, but the general narrative that the elites and the evil, powerful people with the money, or the politicians, and that they're all actually normal a lot of them are normal day-to-day people that are just trying to do like their regular jobs, that are trying to like provide for their families, that are like, it's not like this mysterious, like it's just so silly that people paint like people like that when a lot of the times it's just regular people being people. And at the end of the day, when people are struggling, and when there's a lot of when there's really bad situations occurring, it doesn't matter how wealthy a person is or how impoverished a person is. That's why it's very, very, very important to make sure that you don't treat people like trash, ever. No matter who they are, no matter where they are economically, no matter who they are, you show kindness to all, because you never know when one day that you're not doing it to invest in the future for them to help you, because that shouldn't be the ideal for doing it either. But you should be doing it because you never know when you're going to be ending up exactly in their situation, and maybe maybe
you're going to need that good karma.
Yes, and maybe it turns around for the better. Exactly, Bob. Exactly, Kay. Yeah, that's perfect. It's just like you really do need to live that way and spread that positivity, and also do so in a cautious way too. I'm not saying be like flashy and open-handed to everybody. Like, give discreetly if you must. I'm being serious. Like, don't show everybody that you're giving all the time and stuff like that, because then you look like, oh, that person's got way enough. That person's got so much, you know what I mean? And the wrong person sees that. They do see it as you become a potential target. So it's just like, you really got to try and like just help others as well.
Yeah, I know the topic has come up more than once about giving out food to those who need it. The only way I would do that is if it's not near my home. If I could pack up some food and go to another location, pass out a little bit of food and get out, that's the only way I would do it. But I would not do that out my front door. No, I wouldn't. But yeah, you've got to be good to your neighbors and the people around you, because you need strength and unity if something happens. And it's already happened here in Seattle. We all lived through it. And what the radicals did is they found that the people band together to protect their law enforcement and their local government. They were stopped by the population, so they resorted to fire, and they started lighting fires all over the state. And I'll never forget that. I will never forget that. It's scary stuff, but we've lived through it, and it made us as a population stronger. And the anti-establishment people did not win. They didn't win because we all stood together, and that's what it took to get through it.
Yeah, I think that in the near future, I mean, honestly, my hope is that I always just, hope for the best, prepare for the worst. That's what we should do. And really, that's what we should do. Like, we've got to focus on positivity as well. And that's why it's a good balance to be into preparedness as well, to understand that things can absolutely go wrong, and realize that there's skill sets that should always come before gear itself. Like, that's it'll always be the case. Like the more you know, the less you need. It's absolutely the truth. It's genuinely the truth. But it's like, no matter what we do, like, we should always just have that balance and make sure that because prepping is definitely at the forefront of like my hobbies, so to speak. But
yeah,
make sure
mine too.
it's great as a hobby too. It's great as something that is a passion, but it should always just you can't let it overwhelm you either.
Yeah.
And you've got to make sure that you do other things that are completely off topic from prepping as well. Like you can't like allow yourself to be burnt out, because that's what obviously happens. I've had burnout before where I've just been like, I'm so done prepping, and I'm being serious. Like, and I'm speaking about after several years of like proper preparedness, where you're just consistently trying to learn more skills, trying to get more gear, trying to like, and then you start finding out that some of the gear that you have as you learn those more skills, the gear that you've been prepping is redundant, and then you try and like master and get like better gear because you like start using field testing your gear as well, which everybody should be doing, and then you find out, oh wait, like there's actually much better gear that's more reliable, and then you start having like favorite pieces, and then you think, hey, let's get me like 2 is 1, 1 is none, like and then you start making sure that you got a backup of your most reliable, and that's kind of, and then you still like can take that and just, it's amazing how much what you can do with just knowledge compared to gear always. But anyway, I did say to Kay that when I did jump up, that I'd jump up, and then we were going to be heading out just for a little bit here in a moment. But yeah, I just wanted to say thank you for having me up on the stream, and it's always a great time to chat to you guys. But I didn't want to not come up this evening as well. And thank you to everybody in the chat. And have a lovely evening further. And this is a great stream topic. If you want to, at some point, if you want to, Shadow, if you want to talk specifically about this, there's a lot of things that I can't say on live streams about this. That's like more just about Marauders and about crime specifically, because I don't like to speak about the crime in South Africa. Like, I really don't. I try to speak positively and bring my country up. But if you do want to, at some point, we must have a chat, Shadow. Okay. But for now.
Guardian, we could do a private stream in that case.
Yes, we will definitely do that. And I look forward to catching up with you some point about that. It's mostly just, I can share like videos as well. And I can give you a lot more from the insight from my side on a live stream that won't, I can share footage that I've been sent that I wouldn't share on public platforms of crime, specifically in the country, because I'm a part of the crime prevention groups locally and that type of thing too. But anyway, I'll chat to everybody soon, and bye for now.
All right.
Bye.
Peace.
Bye-bye.
Peace. Good talking to you guys.
Take care, Guardian.
Bye-bye.
Hendo, I'll respond to what you just typed in the side chat. Seattle was a wake-up call. It certainly was. But you know how it turned out was, in the beginning of it, law enforcement and government was doing everything they could to put down the riots and all that. Okay, let me put it to you this way. In the beginning, law enforcement and government was protecting us, the citizens. And then by the end of it, it was the citizens were protecting law enforcement and government. That's how it ended. I was glad to see that the people were coming together to guard their own housing developments and their own small towns. That's how this ended. Started with government protecting us, and then we started protecting the government, because we're not going to let the system come apart just because of some radicals who were angry about an election or George Floyd, whatever it was, whatever excuse they use. It was George Floyd. We're not going to allow the system to be torn down because of that. And that's what started all of it. And I'm prepared, and mentally and physically as much as we can for the national elections in 2 years, because I guess the Donald threw his hat in the ring and said, I'm going to run again. So that's going to start this stuff all over again, because these radicals won't quit until they can tear everything down possible. But the only advice I have to the radicals is, for God's sake, stay out of the suburbs. You're outmatched.
Yeah.
You are outmatched here, because if you come into a housing development trying to do a few things of violence, it's going to be us who have to handle it. And we're not law enforcement, we're citizens. And we don't handle a situation the same as a police officer would. I did see one video where some of them came into a suburban housing development, and thankfully the police arrived to save Antifa's their lives, because it's one of the Antifa took an old veteran who was in a wheelchair and pushed him into a ditch, and that's what set it off. That's when the people in the neighborhood attacked the Antifa people. And by the time the police arrived, the Antifa people already had their asses kicked, and they were down on the ground. The police were able to come up and handcuff them and take them away. But the courts, of course, just let them right back out. But they were probing 2 years ago, all across the country. They were probing during the George Floyd stuff to see what are soft targets and what are not. So my warning to anyone here in the States, the upcoming national elections, I would say if you live in what's called an end of the road community, an isolated community out in the mountains, or if you're isolated out there, you better watch it, because they've already probed the small cities in the mountains. They've already probed the suburbs, and they were met with resistance. So if you're out there, maybe 2 or 3 houses at the end of a road in the middle of nowhere, you better watch your ass, because they're coming for you next.
Yeah.
I think the best thing someone could do if you live out in an isolated area is have a go bag ready with some food, water, medication that you might need. And if they pull into your driveway with a bunch of cars, and get out the back door and run for your life. Get your kids, get your wife, get out there and hide, because it takes so long for law enforcement to arrive. Maybe even sit down and have coffee with your neighbors and put together an escape plan, or build some shelters to hide in the more remote areas. Because if you think about it, all these folks have to do, if they want to raid your place at the end of a road community, is get a chainsaw and cut a power pole down. Now they've cut your power and they blocked the road. You get it? Whatever you plan on, you better plan on doing it on foot. If someone needs assistance, you better plan on that. Get things prepared ahead of time. Because I hope no more riots happen like it was during the George Floyd stuff. But I just hope that if it does, if you live out there in an isolated area, which I'm sure they're lining up on you right now, you've got a way to be able to get yourself and your family out of harm's way.
Yeah, family comes first.
Yeah.
And if you lose your life and you have 2 small kids and your wife, she will have a problem. Your wife will have a huge problem to manage, because she needs to provide the security. She needs to handle a lot more than if you're still alive.
Yep. I'll go back to what I just said. They've already probed the suburbs and met with resistance. They've already probed the small cities in the mountains. They were met with resistance. So if you're out there on an isolated farm, better watch your ass. Come up with an escape plan and a go bag next to the back door. Baby diapers, formula, whatever else you might need to hide out for 24 hours or 48 hours. Get out of harm's way. Because my thoughts are, if they're going to do something to your farmhouse out there, they're going to do it during the day when your husband's at work and you're there alone with the kids. That's when they're going to do it.
Because it's easier for them to handle a woman and 2 kids than a husband.
Yeah.
They want to have a 350-pound husband jumping on you.
Or standing there with a shotgun. They'll attack the wife while she's at home alone with the kids. And for me, as far as firearms go, it would be in your best interest for the wife to have some kind of a revolver or a pistol, and we'll teach her how to use it and put it in the go bag. So you've got everything ready to go. So she can run out, maybe build her a shelter to hide in, or some place like that, and give her a pistol to protect herself and the children. Oh, Sandra, that was Antifa and Black Lives Matter here in the Seattle area. We've been through it already. They've already done it here. We've lived through it, and the local people here learned a lot. And we learned that if we stand together, then there's just not enough of them to overwhelm an entire residential neighborhood. It just doesn't work. I'm talking about 2 years ago, Sandra, during the George Floyd riots. That's when they all came together and with one common goal, overthrow the government and take out the police.
I heard about those riots.
Mm-hmm.
That was a total mess.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, that was when this whole region was on fire. They met with resistance of the population in the residential areas and in the small towns, and so their next move was start lighting fires, and they lit green belts on fire. They were lighting on the sides of highways on fire, because it was during the summertime when the grass was dry, and they did it all over this area. And that was when they were stopped with their plans, spreading terror, because the terror didn't work. Once the people were resisting, then they went to fire. So build that into your escape plans, because the fires along the highways were shutting down traffic. Yeah, it was scary, LG. It was. That's their method. Spread terror, spread fear. Didn't work. The government's still in place. Law enforcement. A lot of the law enforcement were defunded.
Hey,
Hey,
McBean.
Mm-hmm.
How are you doing?
I don't know if you guys can hear me over the music.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Mm-hmm.
There we go. So I'm in Utica.
There you go.
That was a lot of stuff.
Yes, it is. Mm-hmm.
Well, you can see that.
Yeah. A lot of
we
stuff.
can see it. Mm-hmm.
I'll give you a tour.
Yep.
I'm going to give you a tour of the place. So we'll give you a tour of the place.
Mm-hmm.
Clothing. Of course, the bar. More clothing.
That was a big place.
Reloading station. So we make our own bullets here.
Right on.
More clothing. That's the kitchen. Necessary gambling. We got wall knives again. Hi, honey. Showing Swede in your place. This is Swede. That's one of the owners. Yeah, Jamie. Got moonshine bar, whiskey bar, patches, knickknacks.
Oh, Lord. That was a big bar.
More knickknacks.
Big place.
More knickknacks.
Mm-hmm.
Clothing, shoes. More
It's a
knickknacks.
big place.
Well stocked, isn't it?
Yeah, that too.
Yeah.
More ammo.
Right on. Right on. I'll get a coffee. I'll be right back.
Yeah.
There you go.
They have really nice stuff over there, my friend.
Yeah. This place has been around since, I've been coming here since like 1979.
Okay, that is a long time.
Grown quite a bit since then. Patches. It's one of my favorite places.
Yeah,
This will
you
got
can find a little stuff you need. And I hope the prices on the stuff they sell is decent. Decent
The stuff is
prices.
good. It's good for the money. The knives are good quality. They're only like most of these knives are only like $15.
Yeah, that's really nice knives.
I've had some of those knives for over 20 years. The ammo was top notch. Never had one misfire.
That's good.
It's just an enjoyable place to come to. So I'd share with everybody.
I never seen it. Yeah, I never seen a bar in a store like that before.
It's kind of a unique place. There's not too many of them like that.
I believe it's pretty popular. I guess it's popular place to go.
Let me get out of the music area here. Can't hear anything. There we go. Now I can hear.
Yeah.
Because you can hear me, but I can't hear you.
Yeah.
I gotta get me one of those earpieces one of these days.
Yeah. Sandra asks, what's the name of the store?
So it's called the Trading Post. And it's in Utica, Illinois. Or it's, Jamie Mix's Trading Post, or the Trading Post has been around for a very long time. I used to have all my hair, and none of it was great when I first started coming here.
So you are basically a regular on that store.
Oh yeah, for decades.
Mm-hmm.
Still am.
Yeah.
So if you ever are in the States and you come to Illinois, this would definitely be a destination place to come and have a good time.
Mm-hmm.
During the weekends in the spring, summer, and fall, they have bands. So they always have live music. They have good food. They have, good drinks, reasonable priced. And basically good people are coming here. We get a lot of people coming from the city. Let them kind of get away from everything. Ooh, I think I seen a hat I need to get.
All right, I'm gonna bounce out, Shadow. I need to get something to eat. So
I think I got.
Okay.
I need a new one of these hats.
peace out,
Yeah.
everyone.
Take
All right,
care,
good seeing
Bob.
y'all. I'm gonna bounce out too. I just wanted to kind of share this with everybody.
Yeah, that's nice.
If I can. Wife and I out just having a couple cocktails and relaxing because, we work all weekend and this is our one day to kind of unwind.
Yeah.
And I'm working on my Santa Claus beard.
Yeah, it's closing in.
Yeah, I let it grow at this time of the year. I'll keep it until about February and then I'll trim it back down.
Yeah.
Right now, it's a chew toy right now. But everybody, you guys have a wonderful weekend and stay safe. And I will catch you next weekend.
Yeah, we do.
All right, man.
All right. Take care. Thanks for stopping by. Okay. Take care, Scottish. And take care, Bob. Stay safe. Well, I believe Bob has already dropped out, so. Scotty McBean he's an awesome guy. He always shows us interesting things. And that trading post were really awesome. Really big. And I like the knives. Yeah, LG, I have never seen a place like that before either, so that was a really cool place. And besides, it's the first time I ever see a bar in the store like that. Okay, Sandra, no problem. Thanks for stopping by, my friend. And if you have things to do, you have to do it. And you take care, stay safe, and God bless. And I hope you have a wonderful day too. Yeah, it was really impressive. Yeah, me too, because the knives that were on display looked really nice. Those folders. I wish we had a place like that here in Sweden. That would be something. But we don't have. Yeah, Gergriden. I believe it was knives on the top, near just below the roof. So I think that was more uh, of a larger knives. But it was a cool place, really nice. I noticed that all these cool places and cool stores are in US, which I wish we had similar stores here, but we don't. I love that kind of stores. If I would visit Illinois and go to that trading post, I actually would. But I would be there for hours, probably. It's so big. And those folders that were on display, they had in they were in different colors. Yeah, yeah, LG. That would probably take a whole day to get there to pay that store a visit. Yeah. Be Savage. Welcome, my friend. Good to see you. Yeah, people make a big deal out of Bass Pro. I spent an hour or so looking around at one. Pretty cool, but all I bought was beef jerky and sausages. Oh, okay. Yeah, I agree, LG. If they have a restaurant, as they did have in that store, it is worth to be definitely a whole day. And I would probably get me some knives. Yeah. McBean, I don't know if you saw that, P. Savage, but McBean showed us the trading post in Illinois. It was really fascinating. They had a bar, restaurant, they had a little bit of everything. I hope you get something nice to eat, Bob. And by the way, B. Savage, how are you doing today? And how has your week been? I hope you had a great week. Actually, B. Savage, I have never seen one either, and never been in one either, so I wish we had a store like that here in Sweden. That would be nice. But the sad thing is, we don't have that kind of stores here. Well, we got some more snow, but Not much. But temperatures are on the minus now, sub-zero. So today I don't know what we had for. At the moment we are minus 1 degree Celsius, and tomorrow we will reach minus 2. On Monday we will have minus 3 at most. But I hope there will be more snow. I'm waiting for more snow to come. Yeah. Yeah, I hope so, LG. I really hope so. Because I want a white Christmas, not a green Christmas. $38 likes. Thanks for the thumbs up, guys. Yeah, I do skiing, but the problem is I don't have any skis, so I need to buy a couple of skis, maybe. It will probably be a little bit. It will be probably cross-country skis, but those I want is a little bit wider than normal cross-country skis. That they are made for basically when you have a pack on your back. So, but it was years ago. We're skiing now, so. And skis are pretty expensive to buy. So. But I hope I can afford to buy some. Buy them. So. Normal cross-country skis are very slim, something around this wide, but those I was thinking of is a little bit wider, like this. These are cross-country skis, but those are made for when you have a backpack. So yeah, that's thin. Normal cross-country skis are not that wide, and they are so thin because most of the time is you use those is for exercise, and the price for a pair of skis, you can pay the cheapest you can get is around $2,500, around $250. The more expensive ones, well, you have to pay around $400 or something, maybe 500. Good brand, well, Rossignol is a good brand. Elan is also a good brand. So we have also another brand. Fisher is another brand. I'm gonna find. Let's see. I found uh, this was a little bit cheaper one. This is the wider one. Um, this is cross country skis, but these, as you see, these are wider, much wider than normal cross country skis. And the reason is normal cross country skis cannot handle the weight when you have a backpack on you. But these type of skis can handle that weight, extra weight you have on you. So these are much wider because normal cross country skis would break if you have a backpack with a heavy backpack on you. So I'm gonna see if I can find some. Here you have another type that are wider. Um, these are nice. And if you compare it, you see these are much thinner. These are much thinner compared to the other one. Um, these are so thin. These will not handle the weight if you have a heavy backpack on you. These are for practice and competition. Um, there are skis are expensive. So that's the sad thing. So yeah, that too, LG. Yeah, that's the other problem. Those thin skis cannot handle the weight, and they will sink down into the snow. So that is the other reason. Uh, so that's why you need wider ones. Um, if you are going to have a backpack on you, especially a heavy backpack, you need wider ones so you don't sink down in the snow. And and the skis will not break either. I have always wanted a wider cross country skis, but the sad thing is I never had the money to buy them. So I hope I can uh, afford them, afford it to buy a pair. That would be awesome. And besides, it's a good exercise too. the reason I want to have a pair of skis that are a little bit wider is, yeah, I would like to do winter hikes and do it on skis. That's when you're skiing. That's would be a really cool thing. Well, no, we have a lot of natural space for skiing here, so I don't need to go to a special ski resort. Um, Especially when it comes to cross country, I have it close to me here. We have a trail for that. Let's see. Yeah, straight that direction. We have a ski trail, and it's for and it's cross country. So that would be, and it's the length on it is, if I remember it correctly, I believe it was 110 or 12 kilometers long. So that's really nice. Hey, Vanessa Kitty. Good to see you. How are you doing, Vanessa? Yeah, it is. Yeah, and if I want to go downhill, I have to go to where they have lifts, ski lifts, and things like that. So, and we have a couple of places where you can go downhill too. I did some cross-country skiing in Alaska in '80s. The bike trails became the cross-country ski trails. Yeah, that's cool, Vanessa. And LG, it's nice to have things close nearby. So we used a large toboggan growing up. We hauled legs out of woods with it. Okay. I never heard about toboggan before, so. But it sounds cool anyway. Yeah. Yeah, my parents had rollator walkers as well. And besides, to have skis is a good prep item as well. That and snowshoes. Hey, Warren RCG. Welcome, my friend. Okay, wooden boards with bent front end, ropes to hold as you sit along the length. Okay. Snowshoes and skis are things that can come in handy. And good prep items as well. When you don't have a car, or when you can't use the bike, you can take the skis and hang your snowshoes on the outside of your backpack. You're ready to go. And besides, you move faster on skis than on foot. Okay, Vanessa. Wooden sleds. Yeah, a sled when you have skis. Yeah, it's nice to have. You have a harness and attach a sled to it, and you can pull your stuff. So that means you can have more gear with you. But those are really expensive, if I remember it correct. Let's see if I can. I think we. Hey, the Scotty B Show. Good to see you, my friend. Welcome to the stream, my friend. I was. If you have skis, you can have use of these. One of these. You can put all your gear in it, and you attach this to a harness. But these cost $600, something around there. Expensive, but these are nice. If you have skis, you can carry a lot more stuff with you. Hey Kate, the girly, welcome to the stream. Okay, Vanessa, I'm gonna check that link. Oh, yeah, that design looks really familiar. I have seen that shape on the cartoons. Uh, but I had no idea what the name was on it. But now I know. Yeah, we are technically in winter time here now, yeah. Yeah, we are below sub-zero now, so that's nice. We got some more snow. I believe it was yesterday we got some more. Not much, but we got some, and I hope for more. Broke my tailbone when I was 10 using it with my brothers to sled for downhill in the woods. I flew off back 3 times because it just isn't enough. Tiny bit of snow here. Well, it's third week in November, winter. Yeah. And I really hope that is not come another heat wave, because that would suck, because I like snow. I like when it's sub-zero. Thank you for the update, Hendo. I appreciate that. I hope I can check if there will be any snow next week. Monday seems to be no snow. Not Tuesday either, so no snow obviously on Wednesday, but we will probably have 3.9 millimeters snow on Thursday, so that's at least something. And we will have snow on Friday as well, so that's nice. Only 2.6 millimeters. I checked that out too. Okay. That was a cute sled too. North Carolina, no. 55 Fahrenheit in the day and 29 Fahrenheit at night, so not that bad. No, it's not. 8 foot one, because 6 kids. As we grew, only 3 could fit at a time. Yeah, I bet. But 8 foot is a pretty long. 8 foot. Let's see. That's long. That is 244. 45. Yeah, 244 centimeters. That's long sled. Yeah, that's got to be. Yeah, that must be really hard. I turned out 6'3", tallest out of 6 kids. Yeah, 6'3". That you're a tall woman, Vanessa. Everyone must pull in unison correctly or the crashes are epic. Yeah, I bet it is. Well, I am 183 centimeters, so that would be around 6 foot, I believe. Now I have to check. Lucky for measuring tapes. Yeah, I'm 6 foot, so 183 centimeters. So I probably would reach, if I stand up with my arms straight up, I would probably be a little bit taller than. At the high school backyard, we had a long hill to use. With all six of us, we almost ended in the river at the very far end of the hill. Okay. ATGH Paranormal. Good to see you, brother. How are you doing? I hope your week has been great. Okay, ATJH, no problem. Thanks for the thumbs up. I appreciate that. Now kids would probably go down the hill once, be too lazy to walk back uphill. The hill, say I'm cold and go play video games inside. Yeah. Yeah, probably. The younger generations, they can't stand the cold that good. They freeze too easy. That's awesome, Vanessa. One year the snow started freezing, so it made the sled hill iced over with a dusting of snow on top of it. It was awesome. Yeah, I bet it was, Gear Griden. I agree, LG. I agree. Um, these days, kids today, when they have video games, they're rather sitting and playing them instead of being outdoors and have some fun. Oh, it's too cold outside. Can't we stay home? Stay inside and play our video games? No. There was a tree in the middle, but we tied inner tubes to it for softer hit. Well, that's a great idea. Yeah, I've seen those kids had a big, pretty large inner tube, and they slide downhill with that, and it looks pretty fun, but totally dangerous in my opinion. Well, I can stand the cold pretty good, actually. I can take the cold better than I take the heat. I was in my parka and thermal pantsuit. I laid on back, head facing downhill. Little kid sat in my hanging on. Then an adult shoved me downhill. Instant sled. Yeah, that sounds really cool. That was winters at Base Lake at Elmendorf, AFB, Alaska. Buffalo, New York got 2 meters of snow over the last 2 days. I'm an hour away and got about 15 centimeters. Whoa, 2 meters of snow over the last 2 days. That's a lot of snow, my friend. That's a lot of snow. Yeah, large energy tubes are a blast. You hit bump going downhill and fly. Indeed. Indeed, you really fly. Nice Warren is coming for here soon. Top middle age of Connecticut. When I was a kid, there were some other of my childhood friends. They had those mini skis that are approximately, what can it be, 50 centimeter long and pretty wide, made of plastic. And you had straps you tied around your foot. And you can get those skis, small skis. You could get a pretty decent speed with them. And I remember some of my childhood friends had those type of skis. And the funny thing was they run with those skis. I remember that one, Scotty. Yeah, I remember that one. Oh, Lord, that was hilarious. I had those skis too. Yeah, they come in red, blue, and yellow, and I believe it's black too. There is a certain special. That's we call them mini skis, but that's not the correct name for them. I believe it is trick skis. You can perform tricks with them. $100 mph downhill on a saucer. Well, that's pretty good speed downhill. When I was a kid, I wanted to have those mini skis, but I never get. My mother and father didn't think that was a good idea for me to have those. Okay, LG, don't worry. If you have to go, you have to, my friend. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate that. And thanks for hanging on here, LG. Those types of skis. You can get these goes pretty fast. I think I might buy me a couple of these. They look pretty cool. Yeah, LG usually are on other live streams as well, so you will probably see him. Not that one. I always wanted to try cross-country skiing, but I don't think my legs could do it. Maybe I could rent a set somewhere just to try them. Yeah, I suggest if you're not sure your legs can do it, uh, I suggest you rent a set and try them out and see how your legs doing. it was many years I did some cross country skiing, so I think that is. I have did some downhill skiing too, but you didn't. I think it's fun downhill too, but if you're gonna look at it from a prepper's point of view, um, I think cross country skis are much better, especially those who are wider. Um, so you can have a backpack. Um, I think that would be more usable than downhill skis. But I suggest, Warren, rent a set and try them out and see how it works and see how your legs handle it. And if it it works for your legs, uh, you can buy a set and so I think that is a good idea, Warren. So that sounds like a good plan to me, especially if you haven't done it before. It could be nice to rent a set and try them out because it's fun. Yeah, you need you need to get a decent amount of snow if you are going to do some cross country skiing. So. But I agree, it is a kind of gamble uh, when you never know how this winter will be. Do we will have a lot of snow or not? So you have to wait and see if you get some snow. And if you get a decent amount of snow, I think you should try it out. Um, and I suggest you rent a set and try it out for a couple of days and see how everything works. Oh, no problem, Garrett Gridden. Well, if you have things to do, no problem. Thanks for stopping by, my friend. Uh, so take care, Gear, and have a nice day, and God bless, my friend. Stay safe too. And I appreciate that you stopping by and that you enjoyed the chat and the stream. But I see you later, Gear Greeden. And I really hope we get more snow here too. Okay, Scotty, no problem. Well, you need to have some dinner too. And I appreciate I appreciate it, and thanks for stopping by, Scotty. Thanks for hanging around, guys. I appreciate that. And thanks for the thumbs up as well. I appreciate that too. But it's fun to have some skis, and that is something I'm gonna plan to invest in. So yes, as soon as I can afford them, I will buy some. Buy a couple of. Buy a decent. If I can find them to a decent price. Let's see. Okay, that's good, Warren. That's awesome. I hope the price is price tag to rent them is decent. And that is good that you find it. Found a local place. That is the best. So that is good. You find 160 US dollar for the season. That is not that bad. Not for a season. That is a good price actually. So in that case, you can rent them for a season and try the out for a season, and if you find that your legs can manage and do it, and if your legs hold up, that is good. Um, so after the season, you can decide if you want to buy your own. Um, well, it depends on your legs. I'm gonna check $60. Currency converter. Okay, that is a good price for a season. 160 US dollars in my currency is 1,698. Make that 1,699. So for a season, that is a really good price. And I really hope you find cross-country skiing fun. And by the way, it's a good exercise too, so you burn a lot of calories on that. Yeah, I agree. That is really a good. That is really good, Warren. I agree with you. Um, so try it out and see how you like it. I remember it was pretty fun actually. When I did it when I was a kid. Um, and then you have to decide if you want them grazing free uh, or not. So I hope you have a good trail, Warren, so you can use the skis. Uh, I'm gonna try and see if I can find something. Um, It is. What I mean by grazing the skis, grazing free, is that you don't need this stuff. This is to make them so you get more better grip. Um, Basically, and these are down to certain temperatures. Um, this is what you use on your skis if you need to have them. But if they are grazing free, you don't need these. Yeah, that's good, Warren. It's always nice to have good places to ski on. That's nice. My plan for that. Well, that is a good question. Actually, I have been thinking about it, but I didn't come up with a good plan for it. So but I know one thing for sure that will be a problem. And in this city, well, we have a lot of drug addicts. Um, so they will be a problem. So they can. I know about drug addicts that has break into others' home. Uh, I had a I had a colleague on my former work. Um, he Yeah, I agree, Warren. Yeah, it will be different anyway. So, but have a plan for it is a good idea. and hope for the best. That's the plan. That you will don't need to activate the plan. But anyway, I had an old colleague, a colleague at the old work before I got onto this work I have now. He were sleeping at the night, and um, he lived in a apartment in another area, uh, and he woke up one night that were two strangers in his bedroom, uh, and this dude, he has, you can call it a mental disability or whatever. He has some issues, um, and he woke up and he had two strangers in his bedroom looking at him. Uh, oh my, the guy was so afraid, so scared, so he ran into the bathroom and locked the door. And I found now I got the later I find out that it was two drug addicts who broke into his apartment. Uh, so he decided to move from that apartment after that event to another area. So he did. He didn't feel safe in his apartment anymore, his old apartment. But I need to work out a better, some form of plan. Yeah, I agree, Warren. Um, yeah, I agree. And they got in, uh, after what I know, they got in from the balcony. Uh, it was not on the ground floor, it was on the first balcony from the ground floor. They had climbed up on that and got into his bedroom, and he that scares the shit out of him. Um, so and he would pretty shook up after that event. So um, he was pretty shook up when he get back to work the next day. And I understand him. How fun is it to wake up and see two strangers in your bedroom looking at you? And it turned out that they were drug addicts. So, it, yeah, I agree, that's crazy. And I know one of my former colleagues, uh, she had actually, I believe it was two drug addicts that they were pretty loud, and they uh, disturbed her at the evenings and at the night when she was sleeping, uh, and she was really scared. So, and That woman was not easy to scare, but she was really scared. So we have our issues with that too. And if there would be an SHTF here, those drug addicts, well, they will probably do what they can to get in. Yeah, I always have a baton next to me when I sleep, just in case. And besides, after New Year, they will change our front door here um, into our apartment um, to a new door that's well, it's a safety door basically. It will prevent that someone breaks into the apartment, and it will also be more resistant if there would be a fire or something. So that will be good at least. Um, I have my machete ready between the mattress and the box spring on my bed to go. Well, that's awesome, Warren. That's awesome. Yeah, it's what that is what our landlord call it, a security door, basically. So that means we don't we have well what you call it, uh, a mailbox built into the door. But this new door we will have next year, it will not have a built-in mailbox. It's basically a metal plate on the outside of the door. You just open it like this, put the mail into that between the door and the metal plate, and it drops down on the floor on the inside. So we will have boxes for the mail in the ground floor. So that will be an improvement. Because those mailboxes that are built into the door, because when you open it like this, you can look into that person's apartment. Well, you see the floor, but if you're brilliant enough, you can have a small camera you can put in between and probably check more of the hole. But it's a drawback with to have those mailboxes built into the door is that this was many years ago, um, and there were an event with that type of mailbox um, that somebody had opened that mailbox and poured gasoline into the mailbox, so it get into the. You had the gasoline on the hall, on the floor in the hall, and they just put a match in there, and you know what? The one way out, one way in, one way out, and you can't get out when the hall is in flames. Jairo Jaramillo Harambas. Welcome, my friend. Hey, yeah, Warren. And that event got into the newspaper. So it's a huge drawback with that built-in mailboxes in the doors. I have seen the mailbox in the door videos where the cat attacks the mailman through it. I never seen a video when a cat attacks the mailman that way. Never heard of it before, Huga. So, actually, I will be pleased to have a new front door to the apartment. Yeah, okay, Hando. It is okay to lurk in the background. So cute, mailman trying to put mail in box and cat sticking his paw through. Super cute. Yeah, I'm gonna see. I'm gonna try to find a video and see if I can find that specific video. But that would not be a problem, I guess. I finally finished my front door. The installation wasn't easy. Yeah, I bet it wasn't. I have a new front and back door and new windows now. That's awesome, Huga. That's awesome. So, from a prepper perspective, I'm happy to have a new front door into the apartment. A security door will be awesome. I need a new roof, but just paid $1,000 for truck tires, so it will have to wait. Yeah. Yeah, Hendo, that's true. With the new windows and doors, keep the place warmer, less energy bills. I agree with you about that one. So they will replace the door from January to, I believe it was until from January to May or June, yeah, or something. I think it was that time span. But it's nice to have a security door when they replace this one. Indeed. Indeed, Hendo. You save in the long run. So I hope a security door would prevent a lot of things. At least if someone tried to break in. So that will be at least some extra safety. So, hey, Cookie. Hey, Cookie Boom. Good to see you, my friend. How are you doing? I hope you had a great week. Yeah, it's still Saturday for at least 1 minute more. And then it's midnight. Remember, next year costs be much higher. Need to think out of the box. Be more self-sufficient wherever possible. Yeah, Hendo, I agree with you about that one too. Um, it's good to see you, Cookie. And now we are on Sunday. And, well, if some marauders would get here and try to get in the ground floor or front door downstairs, you can't open that door unless you need a tag to open that door. But the problem is, it is glass, a glass door, and So that is easy to break, but I believe it is special glass that is uh, um, I believe it's um, I believe it's hardened glass downstairs. Um, they had to get in if they have if they need a tag to get in, and if they don't get in. So if they are successful to break a hardened glass, they can open the door, stick the hands in and open the door. But and if they try to break in our apartments with the new doors we will have next year, I believe that would be pretty difficult to break those new doors up. So that will give you at least a good amount of time. And besides, it will be echo if they even try it. So yeah, Huga, I agree. Then people think they are being nice, holding the door open for others, and it's unsafe. I agree. Okay, Jairo Jaramillo. Take care. Thank you for stopping by. I appreciate that. And take care, stay safe, and God bless. So, security doors can be a pretty good help to avoid a lot of trouble. I agree, Jairo. Don't leave the door open. Exactly. That would be a bad idea to do that. I agree with you, Jairo. The world isn't like before. I agree with you about that one. In the next year will probably be pretty tough and hard. I've been used to. I'm Colombian. I can't leave open. Yeah, Colombia. Yeah. you have a lot of problems there with different cartels and that kind of problems. So leave the door open in Colombia is a bad idea. And of course, you are used to it because you live there. Yeah, I agree. I agree, Huga. Um, you need to make that as a habit. And when you've done it at least 1,000 times, it is in your muscle memory and you do it without thinking. So, so a good security door would be a pretty good help. Uh, Even if you live in an apartment or if you have a house, it's good to, uh, if you can afford it, install security doors. Yeah, sheltering is. Security doors can prevent a lot of trouble if you have a house. So it might be a good idea to change the back doors to a safety door as well. But I believe these doors are not cheap. I think they are pretty expensive. I have security cameras that let me see and talk to dog if I'm not home, but if grid down, battery backup may not work. Yeah, that is the other problem. Security cameras is really nice to have, but you need a good battery backup. that really works. Security cameras has a lot of pros. Especially if you can see what's going on around the house, outside your house, and especially if you can see it through your cell phone, that is a good idea. And those new security systems with cameras, you can. There is an app you can use on your cell phone and check. So that is a good system. But as you say, battery backup may not work. If you're not sure that battery backup may not sure that will work, uh, yeah, you need probably to test it out and see if it will work or not. Or otherwise, if not, you might need to replace the battery backup or come up with another solution. But a battery backup doesn't last forever, so you need a way to recharge it. I feel safer with my new big dog. We have been training with her carrying a backpack. That's awesome, Huga. That's awesome. Yeah, dogs uh, are really good to have. For a couple of reasons. Number one, they are good at scaring people away. And trust me, you don't want to get bit by a dog. So, and number two, dog has better hearing and eyesight than we have, and smell. So, if something is wrong, they will notice it long before you know it. So, they can warn you in time. So, so good dog is really nice to have, especially if you training the dog to carrying a backpack. That is awesome. Uh, she is learning her commands in German, not English. Okay, I believe you need to be pretty good on German. You get that right, Huga. You can't bug out with a security camera. Unless that is a portable one. Small portable security camera. Well, you can bug out with it, but not a big one. Normal sized security camera you can't bug out with. But there are smaller ones that are portable. Security cameras are good if you have a house, um, but it's more difficult to have a security camera when you live in an apartment. So that can make that can be make a little bit of an issue, but they do pop off the base. But I figure if I'm bugging out, it's bad. Wouldn't want to rely on a camera. I agree with you, Huga. I agree. Um, Even if they pop out of the base, they're pretty clumsy to carry around on. So it's better they stay where they are mounted. So yeah, Huga, I agree. Actually, that is something that I hope for too. I really hope the world stays stable, but until the winter is over, uh, you never know. But that is at least we can hope for. Uh, hope for the best, prepare for the worst. Um, yeah, I agree with you about that one. Your dog would. That's number 3. Dog protects you. Uh, so I got prepared for most things, but Nuke, all I have is a mask and will to live. Yeah. Hey, Projects with Paul. Good to see you, brother. How are you doing? I hope you had a great week. So, you can be prepared for most things, but not everyone. Not all of them. Not all the situations. Most of the things you can be prepared for, but there is a limit. But most of the situations you can prepare for. So you need to make the decision to what do you want to prepare for, what kind of scenarios. My water is low in winter because of freezing, but I have some insight. That's good. That's good, Huga. Yeah, winter time are usually a problem, especially if you live like you do, Huga. So when the water are low, so it's good to have some extra water inside, just in case. Um, because without water, your life would be pretty miserable pretty quick. That's good to hear, Projects with Paul. I have probably stored, yeah, nearly 300 liters. So everyone around here has ATVs to get around in snow. I don't have one, just my truck. Well, as long as it's four-wheel drive, you will do pretty good. I got around better in my two-wheel drives than my 4x4s. Well, that's odd. you usually get around better with your 4x4 than a two-wheel drive. And by the way, welcome back, Gear Griden. In my experience, it's better to have a 4x4 than a two-wheel drive, especially in the city where I am. I have the company car is a two-wheel drive, and it sucks when it's winter. 4x4s were half-ton trucks that I tried to be with. Ice is ice no matter how many tires long. Yeah, I agree with you about that. But um, if you have a lot of snow and if you have a two-wheel drive and it's too much and it's the road is not plowed, you have a pretty big chance of getting stuck. So it almost happened to me a couple of times, and that was not fun. Um, so when you have a 4x4 in the same conditions, you will manage a little bit better than if you have a two-wheel drive. That is good that you get your stuff done, Gary Griden. My car is a part-time four-wheel drive, and I've been through some pretty deep snow with no problem. I agree. Um, that is really awesome, and that is my experience here. Because at winter time, when some of the roads are not plowed, um, and if you have a two-wheel drive, you will not manage uh, to reach your stop. So it is that's awesome, Gear Griden. Operation Door Draft Stop has been accomplished. $4 blanket. Well, it's better than nothing, Gear Griden. Well, a $4 blanket can do marvelous things. Blankets works just fine. Couldn't find anything thick enough, and it was more expensive anyhow. Yeah, you take what you have and do the best of it. And blankets are cheap, so I recently bought a polyester blanket from a thrift store for $3. It makes great fireworks at night with the low humidity and static electricity. Yeah, I bet it does. Yeah, it is one of those blankets at the big box store in the big bins. Okay. Guys, I'm going for a bathroom break. I'll be back in 30 seconds, I hope. Michi Manalo, good evening and welcome to the 30 seconds, you'll damage yourself if you're that fast. Welcome, Mitchie. Good to see you. Yeah, usually I'm pretty quick. Because the worst thing I know is I don't like people waiting for me. So that is why I try to hurry up. Thank you, Mitchie. I appreciate that. Thanks for the thumbs up. My wife had to buy some extra blankets a couple of days ago, so that was really nice. Yeah, I agree, Huga. It is very short. I do the same at work too. If I need to go take a bathroom break there, I always try to hurry up. Yeah, no, it's a really short intermission. As I said, I don't like when people waiting, so that's why I hurry up. And besides, I'm well known to be fast. Some people are shocked that I'm so fast. I saw some highlights today of the steel timber sports from Gothenburg. Okay. Steel timber sports. That is competition. It was about an American who was competing and finished in second place. Well, that's not bad at all. That's good. A second place is not bad at all. So who won? Yeah, I bet they are. Okay, I can check that out later. I can check that out later and see. But it looks like pretty fun. I need to check that out later as when I get some more time. Because then that kind of games can be pretty fun and interesting to watch. So that is something I'm looking forward to. Okay, an Australian got first place. the World Championships. Okay, Gear Griden, no problem. Take care and thanks for stopping by, my friend. And God bless. And I'll see you later, Gear Griden. I think I begin to wrap things up. Actually, I feel a little bit tired now, and I have things to do before I go to bed. And hey, and all Ghost Wolf. I was thinking of wrapping up. I have some things to do before I go to bed, and I'm pretty tired. So yeah, I wrap things up now, and take care, Ghost Wolf. Good to see you, brother. Yeah, it does, Warren. And Michi, thank you. Thank you guys for hanging on, and thanks for stopping by. And I will see you in the next one next week. And take care, stay safe, God bless. Have a nice day, nice evening. Good night, guys. I appreciate every one of you, and thanks for stopping by. And we are out.